Greetings, my excellent friends. Yeah. Wearing my red shirt to celebrate. I have a blue shirt and a red shirt, but I didn't want to wear either one of them yesterday because which one do I put on, right? Like if I was only up for one lead, then you wear the one there, but like you can't really compare these two. You sort of can. You sort of can. Phoenix has twice as much time, like in terms of what I was. I don't know the exact maths, but yeah, purple shirt. I don't have a purple shirt. The the vagueness that I was given was, or rather, what they've said was, Phoenix works on 2 songs a week between now and when it finishes. And I said, yeah, Edgeworth works pretty much the same length of time as Phoenix, but only has 1 song a week. So I would assume that I have about roughly half. But, and, you know, no shade to Phoenix Wright, the character, but I feel like Edgeworth has better shit. I genuinely feel like Edgeworth has better shit. What you just heard there alone is part of that I've already learned, and there is a version of me singing that that I can't show. I suppose I could show mine. There's nothing I could even. I mean, nothing would stop me from doing it live, but I haven't learned the whole thing yet. I feel like Edgeworth's job there is more fun. All Phoenix has to do is be determined and serious, whereas Edgeworth has to, you know, channel all the trauma. I mean, it's not fun for him, but it's fun for the person bringing that up. So I feel like I won regardless of which one I got, so long as I got one of them. You know what I mean? Like, I either have lots and lots of work to do, which is fun, or I have less work to do, but the specific work is more rich. Well, the way I kind of see it, and I don't think there's a way to write yourself out of this without changing the narrative, and you don't want to do that, is this is just a detective story with a different skin. Yes, there's a character arc. Yes, there's, like, you know. But the cases have to be about the characters who were involved in it. Now, case 2, the earlier one, is Phoenix is very, very integrated into that because the whole Red, White, Mia Fey thing and Maya, and that's really good establishment for that with Edgeworth more, and where Edgeworth is sort of the guest there, like he's the prosecutor, but he's got nothing to do with the Red, White of it all. He's just there in the courtroom. Not that I've seen the actual script. Maybe they've, you know, brought a whole bunch of new elements into it that'll stun the shit out of me. But just based on the games. Then in case 4, it reverses, and Phoenix is the sympathetic detective in that case. It's not really his story. It's still got aspects of Maya's story because of the whole DL6 thing, but I feel like as far as the case 4 half of the show, the most interesting role you could possibly be given is Edgeworth. So I'm pretty fucking happy with that. Yeah, the nerves have settled. The shock I don't think has. I'm just sort of like I was it has been made clear to me now from the people who were in charge of the decision making that I didn't have anything to worry about with regards to not making it in, which is what everybody else said, but they of course didn't because you're not there's rules with casting. You stay away from the casting directors. You don't bother them about anything, and they don't tell you anything, and that's just how it goes. But everyone was saying, "Oh no, you'll be fine, you'll be fine." And I'm like, "I don't know if I'll be fine." I was fine, which I'm grateful for. But I think I just had the unfair advantage. Not unfair, but like I'd literally just spent months streaming these games and playing all the characters. So I didn't have to think about my auditions. I didn't have to learn anything. There are people. The other guy, there's one other actor who got called back for both leads, and he's really good, Hunter, and he got red white rather than the leads, and that I'm thrilled about because that's the role he wanted most. Like we were chatting about it, and I said, I'm kind of pulling for a lead here because I've been playing these games forever, and he said, yeah, he said he'd be thrilled to play one of the leads, but he'd rather play the fun villain because he plays Red White as a Texan. He plays him as we've started calling him Texas Red, which if you've played New Vegas, you're currently laughing at that. And he learned about Phoenix Wright when he read the casting call, and then he immediately started playing the games. And so he got through Turnabout Sisters and fell in love with Red White. I don't think he's played Turnabout Goodbyes yet, which he should get on if if he's about to be able to read the script and stuff. But yeah, no, he's excellent. And let me find the damn game, by the way, because I bought things in the Steam sale, so it's not in my last 5. Here we are. Okay. So, yeah, no, and it's really compelling. It's not how I think anybody in the community established would have played him. Which is why it's amazing, because it's brand new. Like, when I think of Red White, for me, Red White is almost Phil Hartman. Lionel Hutz, Troy McClure, but evil. That is the thought that I get when I see Red White. And maybe not that guy specifically, but that kind of, oily snake figure. More Lionel Hutz than Troy McClure, but a fake smile, right? Well, fake smiles are Texan as well, apparently. And yeah, no, it like you listen to his audition and you're like, oh shit, that really works. And now you're gonna hear it in the show. But yeah, he had no idea about Ace Attorney at all. Which to me, like, and I'm not trying to be humble here, but like for him to have no idea who any of these characters were and do that well is more impressive than me having spent a decade with the series and just being able to do my auditions without having to put any thought into them. Like, I give my props to him. Because yeah, I was in a really, really good spot to nail the characters. You give me another musical I'm less familiar with, and I would not stand out in quite the same way. How's the sound today? I think Ace Attorney, yeah, Ace Attorney in my volume mixer is already down a little. It's a little bit quieter so that I can hear my guest stars when they join, which they will soon enough. Actually, I'll just join the voice chat so that people can pop in when they need to, as they have before. All right. The South is pretty big on nice to your face and venomous behind your back. The only way they'll say fuck you to anyone's face is by saying bless your heart. That Lot of Heart has a bless your heart line in the audition text. One of Lotta's lines has that, and it's a very mean line otherwise. So you're not wrong. But yeah, I haven't, the secrets have not come yet. That's the next thing that I'm not nervous about anymore, but I'm, like, jittery because I want, there's going to be a Discord server for the production, and it hasn't been made yet, and once it's made, we should get a whole bunch of materials and stuff. Once the process begins, that will feel good, because, like, I don't know if I get access to the entire script. If it does, I mean, I'm going to have to read it immediately. I don't know if I get access to all the other demo songs that haven't been made public yet. They've been doing them once a week, but I believe there's more. And presumably everything that Edgeworth sings is going to be given to me. But not yet. I just we move into the part where I start needing to, of course, be careful what I say. I can talk about the existence of things. I just can't talk about what those things are. Like, I can be like, oh, I have seen the script. I have seen the material. What material? None of your fucking business. You'll find out in November. Like, that's the... That's the part of the proceedings that we move into. But that's alright, I'm good at that. I have kept secrets from stream before. For all you know, I'm keeping secrets from you now. I mean, I did, like Born Punk. I got that news in April. Did I tell you guys for a second that I was doing voiceover in a video game? No. I waited until the voice line played. I told you I was getting a free code because it was Australian. This isn't difficult for me. I did tell some people. Where are we? January 8, 9:46 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir?
A trial, presumably.
Yesterday's session didn't go so well, and ended on a giant mystery.
I have a mystery. What? Where's the top of your glasses? You've got a pair of holes at the top of your glasses. Like, is there any glass in there? Are they decorative? That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet.
Are you okay, Nick?
No, I'm not, because your eye is poking through your hair, and it's terrifying. Huh? Yeah. Of course.
I saw that! That little flash of doubt in your eyes?
No! That wasn't doubt, that was, determination.
Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you.
I mean, yeah, it's true. It could just be that the glass itself is not... Yeah, like, the glasses that don't... The top bit is sort of free of that darker outline holding thing. They exist, but usually you can see that there's a lens there. They haven't drawn a lens at all. They're just pretending the lens is there. The reused poses don't suit the maid uniform. I would argue that Maggie Bird doesn't suit the maid uniform and that that's intentional. She still acts the way she does because she's the same human being she was a year ago.
Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you.
Hey, pal! Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out! She doesn't need that!
How did you know she was stressed?
I was watching through the doorway.
Oh.
You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help.
Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too?
Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing.
Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles.
This is the small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen. Nah, Gumshoe wouldn't say it that way. This is the small bottle that turned up in Trez Bynes' kitchen a couple of days ago.
Wow, look at all these little bottles.
Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor.
Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others.
Well, what do you know?
And it doesn't have a label either. And... it doesn't smell.
One sec. Okay. Ideally, they'd give that to a lab to work out what the fuck it is. Ah, yes, but we do our own homework here in the Dark Age of the Law. Actually, that's not... I think... I know that in the musical they're using the term Dark Age of the Law to, give off the idea of the seriousness, but I think the term Dark Age of the Law is actually from a later game in the series. I think that was a 3DS term, maybe an Apollo Justice term. I don't remember. No, that's in the public demo, Aaron. The very first public demo that you can see is called Prelude: The Dark Age of the Law. Trust me, I'm not at the point right now where I have the secrets. So everything that I tell you from the musical is something that's in the musical that you can see. Next week, I will, possibly as early as tonight, I will become aware of the secrets. And as soon as that happens, I will have to start second guessing because it will be harder to tell what's public and what's not. But we're fine for now. Also, I don't know that it's a case of firing. From everything I've gathered, it's like they just don't want anyone's surprises to be ruined because they want it to be cool. Like, it's still a fan production. We still know all of the ins and outs of what happens. Like, does it count as a secret if you're not aware of Phoenix? You are. He's right. Well, this isn't him, but he's here. He's right in this scene. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab.
So? What is it? Is it the poison?
I'm afraid not, pal. It's, medication.
Medication?
Oh, by the way, Aaron, they went to the lab. Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yep, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using for his ruptured eardrum.
What was Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen?
Small bottle refiled into the court record. The victim's ear medicine. Well, maybe it's because John Armstrong nicks stuff. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but...
That's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence.
Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it?
Today's trial.
I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done. Or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. This reminds me, a lot of the roles for the musical were shortlisted instead of, callback. Meaning you didn't have any, like, materials. It was just, hey, we haven't cast you yet, but we're thinking about it, and here are the people we've narrowed it down to. One of them was young Phoenix Wright, because they're doing the flashback. And again, that's public information, because there were auditions for this. They're doing the flashback from Case 4, where you have kid versions of Edgeworth, Phoenix, and Larry. And there are only 2 people on the young Phoenix callback list, and they're both members of the community, and they're both good friends. And so they decided between themselves that whoever isn't cast for young Phoenix gets to be young Furio Tigre. At which point, after days of that, somebody else pointed out, hey, when Phoenix is about, like, 25, 26, Furio is 42. So if young Phoenix is like a 6-year-old, then Furio is about 23. I don't know the maths, but yeah. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. January 8, 10 a.m., District Court. Courtroom number 4. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear.
It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick?
Well, when the witness is that fucked. Ha! Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today, I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. And you are?
Oh, bonjour everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and the head chef of Le Tribulations Restaurant Enchanté.
That is quite the butt in that profile.
Ooh la la.
Forgive me for asking, witness, but... Oh my fucking god. Judge! This was written in the mid-2000s, everybody. This was written in the mid-2000s. Forgive me for asking, witness, but... Are you a woman?
Ooh la la, mon cher. As you can see, I am la pote un peu qui gentleman, non?
On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Isn't that right?
With you, mon cher.
What?
Everything feels right.
Huh.
Wow. He's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy?
Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribulations.
Oui, volontiers.
Do I just go?
Witness testimony. Okay. When the testimony starts, there's a bit of a lead up, and then I press a button before it continues. So,
Gotcha.
What I'll do, and then we'll always know, so you can just slide in seamlessly. Sorry. I will state the name of the test. See how it says "at Tribulations"? That's the name of the testimony.
Mm-hmm.
I will announce the title of the testimony, and then you can take it away. So, at Tribulations.
When it all happened, there was just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new articles that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no?
Mirror?
Oui, un grand mirror, la most enormous mirror.
And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? That's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, so I press the statements one by one, so rather than have you reread the statements, I'll just be like, alright, now we're doing this one. Anyway, yeah. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. Press. And who were the 2 customers exactly?
Me, of course, the young man who died, and the other not-so-young man.
You are referring to the incredibly old man, I presume. Yesterday's witness, I presume. What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Yeah, the one you're lying to protect. Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence.
We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we?
I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Okay. Let's just quickly go over our evidence before we continue, because I have not played for a week. Just quickly looking at descriptions and such. I don't think the early stuff matters too much anymore, but we got the sports paper with MC Bomber and... Yeah, we know Glenn Elg made the virus, right? So we know Glenn Elg made the virus for Furio to pay off his debt. Job listing, terrible food, Scooter with injuries. Jean owes $500,000. Victor broke the vase at his seat. The floor plans... Don't know where the mirror is in that. How would John know yesterday's witness? Probably sitting in the court. It's public, isn't it? Glenn was poisoned. The coffee cup had victim and Maggie's fingerprints on it, but I don't think Furio needed to touch it, he just needed to pour it. Winning ticket for $500,000. Maggie's terrible, ugly apron. Deadly powdery poison with Maggie's fingerprints on it. Okay, so that not having the killer's fingerprints is a problem. The victim got this from the doc... Yeah, the empty prescription bag. Glenn had a meeting with Tiger. Tiger had a fake badge. MC Bomber virus. Millionaire thing. Gumshoe's second lunchbox, which apparently we've just left in our inventory overnight. Great. Viola's $1 million medical bill. Trabian matches, and of course the small bottle that we just picked up. Looking at the people, Mia's dead. Found guilty of murder. Victim was a programmer, wore a scouter over his left eye, left eardrum was ruptured. Called the police by payphone, Victor. Yeah, all it says about John Armstrong is that he owes money and likes to nick things. Lisa Basil, weird, not very important, don't think. Viola Cadaverini, weird, very important. Bruto Cadaverini, definitely not a Yakuza. And the Tiger. Alright, statement 2. I remember I was experimenting with some new Art Decos that day. Press. You were experimenting with Art Deco. How come I never heard about that before today?
You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur?
Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before?
But I did, just a few minutes ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned. Are you referring to some sort of decorature? Whatever that is. No, Art Deco. It's a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior walls. Interior design. Walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing. Ah, yes, of course. That deco.
I was trying to achieve a more l'informate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of la deco.
Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. How big of a mirror are we talking about here?
Both. Something about 4 meters wide and, about 2 meters high.
Let's see. 1 meter is about 1 yard. Holy, glass in a frame, that's huge.
I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually.
The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember.
No. But I decided not to go through with it in the end.
What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? Harder! Press harder! If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies.
But
You didn't ask, Trite. You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. What? A mirror was delivered to Très Bien the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And, as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Très Bien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Ha! If you want to doubt someone, try. Look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror. Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does normally come into this? That's lame, Trite. Even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the pork-you-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there, huh? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, Trite? Not the hair! I do not have a top knot. Mr. Godot is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument.
yeah, logic has one la day.
Has it? Really? Okay. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. He would have seen every zing in reverse. Non? Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse.
Oui.
Hey, Nick. We should take a second think about what old CD said in his testimony.
How did he phrase it again?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand! If he saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but do you think old CD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony. But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We've just gotta dig deeper.
Seems fairly simple to me. They made a deal, about the earpiece. The earpiece was on his left eye, which means he should have seen it on his right. But he didn't. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. So, to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side.
Exactement. You see, mon cher. Now that you think about it, it is not so hard, no?
Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order! Order! Mr. Wright is correct. That's unusual. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's earpiece to have been over his right eye. How bitter. Try it. You should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase, sorry, apology, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. What's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh, yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear! God, it's so weird to do a guy doing another guy. Well tried. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever.
Wow, I really thought he was old CD for a minute there. Kudo's good.
Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash.
A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on. Tell the court. We're all ears.
Oui, I can explain. Please, if you would look at the plans of the restaurant.
The plans? The mirror.
Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? La mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That was the seat of the table next to the victim. That is where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it is not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
I do like Demon Dragon's point there. Yes, the eyepiece is very much one-sided. If you tried to put it on the other eye, it would be going through your head. And Yeah, the old man knocked over a vase on his table. That vase is fine. If he was at that table, what vase got knocked over? That's probably the issue. I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquette I am. Confusing all the men like this.
Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again.
I hate that guy.
You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volontiers, of course.
Good lie. Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. La mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two elves. So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct?
Oui?
We? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It'd be in the way.
Objection!
Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. Or rather, you're obstructing my view.
But, this is my seat in the courtroom.
Très bien's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Trite.
I tell you, monsieur, la mirror was there, in the middle of the restaurant.
How are you doing, Sim? Well, welcome to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, where I am practicing my talking without moving my lips in order to play the character of Armstrong here. I'm also trying to mimic Aaron's French accent as best as I can. It's going really well. There is only one seat from which you could have seen the image of the victim. Press. And where would that be?
Ooh la la! Look how you lean towards me. I always check the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer.
Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once.
I check the older ones too, you know. Handsome. Shall I tease you too?
I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time.
That's actually true. I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume.
Yeah, I will tell you. There was only one seat from which you could have seen.
The seat at the table next to the victims, where the old man was sitting. So yeah, again, I'm pretty sure the thing to present is the crime photo, and I think our argument is he can't have sat there because the vase is correct. I think we present it here, but we'll keep pressing just for the full picture. Yeah, the table where the old man was sitting.
So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat?
Mais, monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. La victim would have reflected in the mirror like so. If you were sitting at the table next to him, you could have seen everything, no?
You also, based on the position of the mirror, could have sat there and seen the victim. However, then we have the whole reverse problem, yes.
So that's the seat old Seedy was sitting in on that day, when the poisoning happened.
The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim.
Why does that seem kinda odd?
After la terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police?
Scroll. Sorry.
Line!
Oui, exactement.
Line! Sorry.
I carried it out of la restaurant, yeah.
You moved a huge mirror like that, all by yourself.
What can I say? I know how to pick things up, Ansem.
Sure do.
Godot actually laughed at something.
Kinda. Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong?
I look like the obliging type, no?
I don't know. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. Bullshit! Are you sure about that?
I touched nothing except la mirror.
Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene?
Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly.
Ah! Suffering from a case of heartburn, Trite?
Oh, I have just the thing for that. An oil with golden earth and frankincense.
Add a few drops to your coffee and voila! Enjoy.
Focus, Phoenix. Breathe. I just need to ignore those two and just find some evidence. It is pretty strange, though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You'd think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old Seedy.
Then the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Tribulations that day.
Now I just gotta prove it.
Somehow. Right, I think it's crime photo here, and we go via the vase. Does the music go away? Also, hello, South Robin. Please enjoy this. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes. This photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist? Ha! Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Wow, mate. That is rude. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? The whole fucking restaurant. No, the vase. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase? What possible connection does that have with this witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. Victor's testimony. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. What? There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie.
Mon Dieu!
Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary, in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to sniff for yourself?
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this reservation? God, restaurant on my mind. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he could not hear? You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw?
If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick?
There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya.
What do you mean?
Okay, so the sensible theory here, because, like, Kudo is very sure that he saw the waitress poison the thing. But Kudo described the waitress in a way that sounds like the back of Cadaverini's head, not Maggie's. We know, because we saw the opening cutscene, and I say we, not Phoenix, that the person who did the poisoning was Furio. So those two things don't add up, unless it happened twice. And Victor witnessed a fake poisoning with a fake Glenelg put on for show so that there was a witness seeing a waitress do it. The real poisoning happened at a different time when Victor was not there. Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phony. The ear doctor made a mistake. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet, there is one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed, and the incident the victim experienced, were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenelg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Order! Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? That's right. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glen Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the servant girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but... There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Objection! Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers at the restaurant at this time, but... It's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness? If your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct?
Oh la la, this is most difficult for me.
No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Très Bien that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day.
Oui.
In the restaurant.
La victime, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Mon Elk became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all?
Je veux me demander pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later.
Oui?
For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please.
He took that perjury charge a bit too well. Almost sounded excited about it. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination.
Monsieur Elk came to my restaurant alone.
Was he alone at his table as well?
Mais oui, I saw him from the kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table.
Unfortunately for you, Trite. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite.
What kind of coffee has he been drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. The old man arrived not long after him. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
Oui, he comes in often for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special. I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're most welcome anytime.
I said it was worth one sip. Nothing more.
So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. How many minutes after? What time was it? Exact time is probably more helpful. This might be a... There might be an autopsy report thing. Between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh, no. I can't remember, monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 p.m., no?
Just after 2, huh?
Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? I usually do. The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Oui, Monsieur George. Everything I do it for you.
Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Glad at least one person is in a good mood.
He's even humming a song to himself.
Alright, the old man arrived not long after him, just after 2 p.m. Are you absolutely sure about this time?
When I think really hard, I am sure it was just after 2. Oui, it is that time I stopped serving la munch menu.
The munch menu? Quite
La
right.
lunch.
I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time.
I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch.
Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already.
Witness, get on with your testimony, please.
There were no other customers. So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim. How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Trite? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice.
Huh?
You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee if you catch my drift.
But there's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it.
When he got word he won at the lottery, Monsieur Elg became very excited. As you would. Did you see him?
No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, yes, $500,000.
$500,000. That'd take a while to read. Presumably the defendant heard that too then, correct?
Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove.
And what about Mr. Kudo?
The old man choked on some birdseed that got stuck in his throat.
It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the lottery winner keeled over and fucking died. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had some time to kill.
I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur.
Sorry? What do you mean?
There is la renowned chef, Jean Armstrong, and la tragic poet, Clarice Armstrong.
Clarice?
Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef in $500,000 of debt, cooking for a man who won $500,000 on la lottery. It is called Pourquoi? It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for la court.
Please don't.
No time for a phony. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred?
I asked la old man to call from la payphone.
By your own argument, Trite. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed.
Yeah, it seems the shadow of doubt has been lifted. Ne sais pas.
I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh?
Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all.
But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too?
She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember?
You mean that's when the phony staged his act?
We'll know for sure once I find a hole in this testimony. Okay, so the statement we uncovered was just after 2 p.m. What do we have that fucks over 2 p.m.? Nothing time-related in the sports paper. We can't read the magazine clipping. Time of death is between 1:30 and 2:30. That fits. No time on Glenn's calendar meeting, just meet with the tiger. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m. So, he wins the lottery and he falls over 2 minutes later. Which means he falls over at 1:32 p.m. Which means, yes, they kill Glenn Elg, and then half an hour later they set up a fake murder for Kudo to watch after he walks in. It's this. Maybe not this statement, but it probably is because this is the one that we unlocked with the time. Yeah. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong.
Okay? What do you mean?
At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket.
Oui, that must be the show Mon Elg was listening to.
I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct?
Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu.
Get to the point, Trite, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m., and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30? Now, supposedly the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time.
No!
This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There is only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glenn Elgs in Tribulations that day. The real Glenn Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glenn Elg, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. Huh? But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song.
What is this? Music Theory 101?
Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glenn Elg is?
I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glenn Elg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say.
What?
Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
The missing corpse?
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glenn Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
Ah!
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must first provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor.
No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden.
Evidence? Well, what's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elg concealed? Do we know fucking anything about this? What relates to this? You have the script. Well, good for you. Either it was taken outside, which is not safe. I guess they'd hide it in the big kitchen. So inside? At least as far as this, I would say inside. Looking at the floor plans, the kitchen seems like the obvious spot. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Très Bien. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Très Bien is... The body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in this location? No, right. The bottle in the kitchen belonged to the victim. So, it doesn't necessarily need to be Jean stealing shit. Maybe it tumbled out of the bag when he was dragged into the kitchen. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No, no. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Très Bien.
Quoi? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils.
But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngological clinic, fuck that word, and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Ugh. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen?
Mon Dieu!
Yes, you know what I'm Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
No!
Order! Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg?
Never! I could not do such a horrible thing.
Glug, glug, glug. Mr. Cadeau? The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules.
Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now?
Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, Chef.
Chef?
Chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend?
Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor.
Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it?
No, no, no. Absolutely no.
Let's hear it. You've got one shot. Right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel.
Oui, it is clear.
What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. The confession.
It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me.
You were forced? By who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table?
There was another man.
Another Skywalker. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer.
Alright, I get to break Aaron.
Ah!
I hid the body in the kitchen.
Did you carry the body by yourself?
Oui, I carried him, and I carried Maggie too.
Maggie too?
When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted. I could not leave her there.
But why did you hide the bodies?
A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. What man? Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared. You'll just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. But why would you go along with this man?
I had to. There was a reason why I could not refuse. And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur.
Yes?
Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. And a bit too male. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. So I'll just have to prove it. With evidence. But I did not kill him, I swear it, you must believe me. So, you are claiming that all you did was hide the bodies, is that correct?
Oui, that's right.
If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this.
He's already confessed this much. He might as well stop dancing around the real issue.
Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is.
Then sock it to him, Nick.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay, this is about your loan contract. You have $500,000 in debt, don't you? $500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong?
Hey, je suis désolé. I was weak, and I borrowed la money.
This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you.
Oui, it is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong.
The tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the unconscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well?
No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It is despicable.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. $30. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get this guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial will still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. To be continued. And I think that is a wrap on Mr. Jean Armstrong. I don't know if he has like a cameo line or something in the next section, but that's the end of his testimony appearances as we move on to Furio Tigre. So thank you, Aaron. I appreciate your hard work. Very hard indeed. Let me just get the music going. January 8th, something 21 a.m. Defendant lobby, I don't know. I'm gonna stand up for 5 minutes and get a drink of water and take a break between sections, and then we will come back with a new witness to demolish in the final section of this case. Would you look at that? Right on the hour mark, I am back. Hello, hello. Are we ready for the final stretch of Recipe for Turnabout? Are we ready, as I get my camera back on, to get the tiger on the stand? It's the Furio Tigre, it's the big red liar man. I don't have a suitable parody for this. Also, that song is just a little bit too high for me to sing super comfortably. Not that I can't. Just there's a difference between comfortable. Like you gotta really throw yourself into that one. Something training montage. Nitrek is discussing gay times in my chat. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. There is quite a lot of discussion of gay times in my chat by many different people at many different locations, and I've never really discouraged it, but I've never heard of Violet Crumble gay times or Fruit Loop gay times. Birthday cake gay times. Well, You dislike stomach pain. Sensible. Well, alright then.
So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick.
I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth.
You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying?
I don't know. But if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe!
What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end.
Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Topknot.
It's not a top knot!
Never mind the hair, just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of get wound up. Ah! Kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you. You've got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then.
But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right?
True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. Okay, perhaps we have to think about what to do there. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet! In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? What do we have this recent? Found covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. You know, it's probably this one. They probably want you to use this one. If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Ah, hey, that's that small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah. I think it's time we solved the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me, too. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess.
It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys.
Yeah, separate the real streamers from the phony streamers. January 8, 1:56 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem.
Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on.
He's pretty lively. Be careful. He still bites. Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness? Please state your name and occupy.
Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there, too.
Would you mind,
What you says to me?
nothing? I didn't say nothing, honest.
Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge?
I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me. Just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it. We're doomed.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here?
There's no need to shout. We can all hear you.
What do you say?
There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in.
Too cool.
Don't let him get the better of you, Nick.
Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct?
Incident? I didn't know nothing about no stinking incident, Mask Boy.
You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird?
Maggie who? Spelled with an I-E, perhaps? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas.
Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then? Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Phoenix Wright! You's the one who set this up, didn't ya? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying?
Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today.
Get a grip, Nick.
The tiger's alibi.
I didn't know nothing about no murder. Triple negative, yo. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tenda Lenda every single day. You wanna check my alibi? Just ask Violetta.
At last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, play.
What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting like that, please.
I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins.
Lowlife? Me?
Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you's gonna borrow the cash from me.
That's one loan contract I refuse to sign.
Don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you get tangled with the tiger.
I love a good spectator sport.
Just a minute. That's really not...
This witness is... How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side, and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours, too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
Yous better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. We're instituting this for 2 reasons. Number 1, to make it more difficult for the streamer to do his usual pattern, and number 2, to reduce the likelihood of the guest star having to go to hospital after this stream concludes for vocal cord surgery. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can do it, Nick.
Come out from under there already, would you, Maya?
Right. Yeah. I kind of just want to see it in action, so I am going to save and press the first thing, though I guarantee you this is one of the ones we're not supposed to. I don't know nothing about no murder. I don't buy that you haven't even heard of the incident that occurred at Tribulations.
You's got a big mouth, right? You're trying to say I was on some mob hit? Is that what you're trying to say? Where's your proof, then?
Evidence, yes, well,
For an attorney to make an accusation in court, he must have evidence. That's from loan shark to lawyer, a beginner's guide, yeah?
Ah, I see you're the studious type, Mr. Tigray. Very good, don't kill me, very good. Why don't you ask him to represent you sometime, Trite?
What should I do? Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave that. Okay, so maybe it's like a press harder window. It's too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might end up. Phoenix, you look like the kind of guy. You sound like the kind of guy who we can trust with a big red button that says "Don't press." I better just focus on gathering information at the moment. Now then, Mr. Tigray, would you mind repeating your testimony from the beginning, please?
My time ain't free, you hear? Yous better remember that. If I miss that bus, someone's gonna pay.
Tied up with business in December last year, spent all of my time in my office.
Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know.
You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is.
Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? Anyway, I think...
She writes...
Oh, sorry.
Go on.
I think we're figuring out where best to show Glenn's calendar that says meeting with the tiger in December. But anyway, yes. Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini?
She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
That seems like a rather, sketchy schedule.
There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what?
Press harder.
Mr. Tigray.
What do you want?
If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail?
This is a dead end, Trite, and you know it. Remember the rules.
No! It's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day, too?
Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please...
Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony.
Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself.
The day you's talking about, I was in the office too. I never saw that kid before.
You didn't know Mr. Glenelg? Really?
I don't mess with the guppies when there are bigger fish to fry. What do you say, boss?
Huh? Who? Me?
How's about I hit you with a fat 200,000 Doritos?
Well, I was thinking of that moved away from the thing very quickly. Do you want to do a judge line? You have the script.
Well, I was thinking about purchasing a nice car from Europe.
He's seriously considering this? Wow, the Tiger is a really good salesman, huh? He even converted the currency so he doesn't have to pay as much as it sounds like he's paying.
Yeah, and if I want to sell this case, I need to copy him.
How about you hit him with a fat piece of evidence, boss?
I wish it was that easy. Well, we can press him about the whales lined up as well, just for fun. So I take it you get a lot of customers at your black market loan office?
It's tough for the little guys these days. Small businesses are feeling the pinch. Bosses of companies like that want to get in good with me. I'm their best friend.
I see. That's very admirable of you, witness.
Yeah, well, Tenderlander's motto is win through compromise, you know?
Win through compromise? What is that supposed to mean?
Compromise the customer to win. That's what it means. You got it?
With best friends like you, who needs enemies?
Here, let me spell it out for you all. You don't pay me back within 3 days, Spiky. I take what's due and your stupid hair. You follow what I say?
But I'm not one of your customers. Should I ask more about Tenderlander or not? No, because I think I already know what we're supposed to present, rather. So the rest of these should be unimportant. That's the same thing as it is whenever I back off. And yeah, that's it. Okay. I think that's it. Because it restarted.
There was the alibi thing.
You just want to check my alibi, just ask Violetta. Okay, good. By Violetta, you're talking about the Cadaverini families...
Yeah! You don't want to cross them or you're gonna wind up sleeping with the fishies. Once the Godfather finds out you've been dragging Violetta through the mud, he'll do you in.
Sorry, I couldn't quite put it all together towards the end there. It was a 3-hour movie, you know? You can't pay attention for that long.
He said that just like Violetta, didn't he?
I get the feeling this might not be the right time to probe him about her. I don't want to probe him at all. Alright, now we show the calendar. The day you're talking about, I was in the office. I've never seen the kid. Ah, but the kid had a meeting with you, sir. Objectione. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenelg. But it appears that Mr. Elg knew you.
What?
Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date?
That could have been any tiger.
December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder! Yeah, he was just was meeting with one of Siegfried and Roy's employees. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenelg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him.
Not bad. It's actually not bad.
Sorry?
I was just messing with you to see how good you were.
Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad.
That's one compliment I could do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember that you are under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
You calling me a liar? Is that what you doing?
Ruh-roh.
Wow. So you're saying that your claim to have never seen the kid before is the truth?
I said I'm dead serious. You just gotta believe that's truth.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ha. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigray.
Oh, yes. Would you mind indulging the court, witness?
You never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. I don't know, Phoenix, that seems a bit masturbatory. The victim, Glen Elk.
I ain't no liar. I never met Glen Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, Tendelenda. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never been to that Trespienne joint you hear.
Tresbian. I see. That all seems perfectly logical. Meetings cannot be held after 2 p.m. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor.
Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you. Right?
I ain't no liar. And yet your name was written on the victim's calendar.
Get that horse calendar out of my face. I'm the tiger, not a lame horse, you porcupine. Tigers like me eat horses like that for breakfast.
No. Witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence. Not that they ever would. Well, there was a case once where a young lad ate... Anyway! If you had never met the victim before, how do you explain this note he left? You know what the judge is referencing there, friends of the chat? There was a lame guy named Glen Elk, wanted to borrow cash from me. That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the date he had to repay his loan. He wasn't due to discuss borrowing money, but repaying what he owed.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Whatever it was going down at the beginning of December.
So you did meet Mr. Elk then?
Hey, right. You just might want to cool your jets a sec. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, Tendelenda.
So your meeting wasn't supposed to be at Tribulations then?
Why would I want to go to a dump like that? If I want to talk with my clients, I got an office decked out for the job. I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there.
Not exactly a professional office you've got there, you know. So you're in your office on the day in question?
I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed.
He didn't show up. Ha! What do you think, Tripe? Let's see. How does a dead man get from a French restaurant to a loan shark's office? And you yourself didn't go to Tribulations?
What are you trying to pin on me here? Why did you come down to my office? We can chat about this thing my way, yeah? I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there.
No need. I'm good, thanks.
Listen up. I ain't got nothing more to say. Except this. I ain't never been to the Trespian joint, you see it?
Just ask Red White.
Never? Not even once?
Not even once. I was in my office the day that went down. I didn't put poison in Okid's coffee. Capiche?
Do you think he really didn't meet Glenelg?
Not likely. Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing.
So you mean that whole testimony he just gave was a lie?
Of course. So we can't afford to give him time to think of ways to plug the leaks in it. I've got to nail him while I still can. Never met Glenelg. Yeah, so we sort of got a contradiction with the whole he wanted to borrow cash. No, he wanted to pay you back. But that wasn't really... That wasn't evidence-based. Set up a meeting, waited around, he never showed. I've never been to that Tribien joint. What do we have? Sports paper, but that's the victim's handwriting. Nothing really nails the tiger to the location, like the scooter doesn't have anything to do with the restaurant. It could be Jean's loan contract, that the owner of Tribien owes money to the owner of Tender Lender. So that could loosely tie them, but not necessarily on that day. There's testimony, doesn't matter anymore. Autopsy doesn't matter. Crime photo doesn't matter. We don't have any fingerprints from him. There's MC Bomber, but that doesn't tie the tiger to it. Gumshoe's lunchbox. That proves it. Tribien matches found lying in Tenderlender.
You know, that might be it.
Yeah. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches?
Matches? What are you talking about?
We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant.
What?
If you've really never been to Tribien before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk?
You've been snooping around my stuff too, Weisreich? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me.
Order! Order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you?
Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But, okay. I was at the joint that day.
What?
But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid.
Well, well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenelg that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. At Tribien.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. But when I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cops' sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it! If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions.
No problem. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. But Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it.
Yes, sir.
The Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know, sincere Spay.
Oh, man. Doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here in this courthouse? Très bien. Now, I don't know if that means we've upgraded to getting instant penalties, so I'm just going to save before I do it. Just, you know, so I don't die. Because dying would be a stone groove. I'm supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. Press. So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tenderlander at all, then?
The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag you've ever seen, if there are any issues.
Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. So that's why you decided to meet at Très Bien. Huh. You're going over old ground again, Trite. Sorry. You just earned yourself a penalty. Now suck it down. You will suck down the penalty, Mr. Wright, and you will like it. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Well, we've got like 9 lives. It doesn't actually really matter. Next one.
When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene.
An ugly scene? What do you mean? The witness has already told us, Trite, which makes that question irrelevant. Boop it. I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during a trial. That's the rule. You better limit the number of times you take a penalty, Trite. Or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney. Ashen. Don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright. I guess I shouldn't have pressed him on that.
Guess I'm gonna make that Special Express after all.
So to recap, this ugly scene you saw was...
The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete.
You mean you saw Glenn Elk's dead body?
I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of gloss he called a hat.
And what time was this?
I don't know.
Huh?
You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my boss with some ticking henpecker.
Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most?
Huh? What do you think? Square watches.
Is this guy for real?
Look, all I need to know was that something bad was going down in that place. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be. So I split.
So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then?
The tiger is a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in no Mordas investigation.
So when exactly did you pick up the matches? There are
matches just inside.
That's Godot.
Oh, my bad.
There are matches just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home.
It would make sense that I would tell them, but fine.
Yeah, it does. It kind of does. Poor Gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry.
I heard the cops' sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
Yeah, Tigre will get some free transport at the end of this. You went straight back? Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did?
What are you trying to say? You trying to tell me you ain't never been guilty of nothing?
We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this! Courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it? It seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. Another irrelevant line of questioning. I must impose a penalty accordingly. How about a penalty for those 2 jokers and the garbage they keep coming up with? Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. I need to press him fast before he has time to think things through.
Gotta come right back at him with a contradiction. Be careful what you press him on, though, or you'll get penalized, okay?
Alright, so the ones that didn't penalize me were 3 and 4, so 3 and 4 are important. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete, and he saw that when he opened the door. So he ran away. So he walks in. Do we have a map? He walks in, and he sees... No, he fucking doesn't. Yeah, no, you don't see that from the door. The register's in the way. Unless this table, like you could see this seat, any other seat, even the other one at the same table, you would have trouble with. Like maybe, yeah, you could probably see this whole table, but you wouldn't really see the further one, and you definitely wouldn't see anything on this side. I presume it's this. Yeah. You're something of a loan-collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre?
No one escapes the tiger's clutches.
Right. Well, I'm something of a lie-detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre? From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat.
Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
Yeah, I feel like judges should probably have to take eyesight tests periodically. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day. Because you met with him. Objection! Wrong! Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. Objection! But the defense has just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. Which we know he's good at. That will do! This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Mr. Kudo? In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. It's a you, Furio! Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness?
Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you still don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dare you to say it again. Come on! You got the cuts? You're telling me I didn't walk 3 steps into the restaurant?
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. I'll be under my desk. Mr. Wright!
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot, let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no.
The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee.
Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee.
Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Found your pen at last, right?
It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed 2 people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glen Elg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glen Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tenderlender.
You're making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight. If you know what I mean.
Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There is only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real, and once for show. And, Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime is you. Witness? What have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry?
He's alright. I could do with a guy like you around.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now. But I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go.
Something to think about.
You's got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right?
Right.
But you's missed out one real important thing.
But that can't be.
I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see.
What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
Huh. What a troublemaker.
Troublemaker?
Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony.
Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Très Bien between yourself and the victim?
Ties to the victim.
Yeah, I loaned Elf cash. About $100,000 reduced. That day we was due to have a little chat. The kid had his head The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming, "Yes, I won! $500,000! I sounded more like the old man there. He got lucky, you know. Real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
Now, I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you just got the wig to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know.
That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He's got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have a reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case.
Havoc, you say that now. When we play Ace Attorney Investigations 1, you will long for this speed. His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? Ties to the victim.
Yeah, I loaned Elk cash. About $100,000 dues.
Well, I've taken 3 hits and I can afford to. I think there's only like 6 statements here, so I shouldn't die, but I'm just gonna save anyway.
I don't think they threatened you with the penalization, but...
No, but that
maybe
doesn't
it's
mean they
right
won't
back.
do it. Did he have any
True.
way of paying the loan back?
The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him.
Help him? You?
I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get a big win. But the guy kept losing. He never run a good.
So you were helping him for his sake or yours?
Win through compromise. You help me, I help yous. What's the difference, huh?
Just nomenclature. I don't believe this.
Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max.
Thanks a lot, Maya.
That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had his payback date, see?
So how much were you expecting him to pay you back on that day?
What do you think? The whole package. $100,000 dues, including interest.
That's a real heavyweight punch.
Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You wanna make it in my world? That's all you gotta know.
And how many times had Mr. L been late with his repayments?
Once.
And how much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50.
Sounds like Mr. Elg was in a real sticky spot.
He had $50 a month. He'd never pay that huge loan off. Well, the principal is $50,000, so the principal is 1,000 months. Then
Either
there's the
way.
entrance. Interest.
So anyway, he tells me he got no way to pay up.
How much did he have left on his debt?
You want it in round figures? About $100,000.
That's the whole amount. We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet.
What? You telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee?
He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elg.
That guy was smooth, I tell you. Real smooth.
I don't know if
You
brave
have
is...
your money in left.
There you go. I don't know if brave is the word I would have used, but go on.
That guy was smooth, I tell you. Real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes, that's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me. So I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming.
Was that because he...
The guy won the lottery. Was his last chance at a big win?
And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question.
That's it?
The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m., runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy. And the whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo would see it.
I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it. Yes, I won! $500,000! He got lucky, you know, real lucky.
Was there anyone else in the restaurant at that time?
I don't remember.
If there was... Oops. If there was no one else there, something, blah, blah. Mr. Armstrong...
I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month.
Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini were all there at the time. So, the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning?
Seems that way to me.
But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you? Huh. The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you ever had. That's what defines a true gambler.
He makes it sound so cool. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it.
All I know is the kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
The waitress. You mean...
The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing bada boom, over and done.
That girl with the glasses. The murder critic. Maybe I should push a little on this. Ask about what Maggie did, ask about how things would have been. Well, if we ask about what Maggie did, then he'll just tell more lies. If we say how things would have been if she hadn't done what she did, then he might, you know... talk about what kind of guy he really is. What did you mean things would have been over and done with?
Are you still there or what? I don't care about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh?
Thanks to what she did, my business with that gave us over.
Where'd that line come from?
That's... Oh.
If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been... oh no, I was after the $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy.
This is out of order.
The script is just letting you down. It's fine. Speaking
Yeah,
of...
yeah, that was the line that would have come if Maggie, you chose the Maggie one. Yeah.
Ah, right, I skipped that and unlocked this.
Yeah.
The Maggie one seemed like the wrong choice. $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Presumably the $500,000 lottery win is what led Furio to just want to kill the guy so he could steal the ticket. But anyway, yeah, after the $100,000, no reason to kill the guy. Press that. Are you saying you had no other motives that day?
Yeah, so what?
Then why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left?
Why do you think? Because of Four Eyes over there.
Because of Maggie?
How about you go ask Four Eyes about a $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Alex coffee.
A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre. Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, Trite.
The law don't exactly agree with some of the deals I sent down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split.
I see. Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like it amended? What does amending it do? I'm not going to get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony amended. Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statements, please.
Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over.
Okay, so now it's Maggie focused. Don't know if that's where we want it. 47 cups of coffee later. Oh no, you're right. It's the virus. I think so. What you're saying is they mate with the idea that Elg is going to give him the virus because that's worth millions. Then Elg wins the lottery and he's like, actually, you know what? I'm going to give you the money instead. I'm taking my virus home with me. And he's like, no, fuck you, poison. Okay, that makes sense. So I should present this, but I should present it on the other statement, I think. The tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? I think we've read this.
Are you sold there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
I appreciate it, but I'm skipping that because we already did it. I was after
Fuck you.
Hang on, I need to find my pen. Okay, I had no other reason to kill the guy, and I think we said we used the newspaper? With 100,000, 500,000, and MC Bomber written on it. That's not a bad shout, is it? So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct?
I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. As a proud American.
Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I think you're actually from Finland. No, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
What are you getting at, Trite? What else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. Oh yeah, that's you. Now I'm doing it. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. Computer virus? What does one of those do? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, we have to explain a computer to the old man. We're gonna be here for days! A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of His Honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several $1 million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glen Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glen Elg was a programmer. A highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program? Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, right? A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million? For Viola, of course. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money.
Huh?
About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she underwent surgery.
But where did you get all this info?
Ooh, we have a script change. You see it on my screen?
How much it is do you know?
These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum! Someone should sue these HMOs.
No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Sorry, that was my life.
Order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright?
Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini?
Didn't she say that? Didn't he say that before? I'm pretty sure he mentioned the name before.
Bruto Cadaverini. And I accidentally pressed the skip button, but, you know, violent crime boss of the underworld, I think is what it said. Doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. And yeah, the Cadaverini came up before. That's weird. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glen Elg's life to pay your debt. When you finished shitting, on the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glen Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened. But he can't. And neither can I. The lottery win. Exactly! At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy! He murdered Glen Elg, and then made his next move. To frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glen Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money, too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan.
Order! Silence, or I will clear the courtroom!
You've put on a good show, Spiky.
Huh?
If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone. If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. And this shirt is damn bright. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
What?
Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Ms. Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? I think this conveys it. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. But, well, the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it?
Huh?
No doubt it was you. Standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him?
Hey! Forget about it, yeah?
Huh?
I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Yes, Archer, you did. But in the spirit of him being a phony, we brought a phony on to join me as Furio. Have you no pride, sir?
Objection.
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives.
Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. Aaron, you are whatever you wish to be, and whatever you choose to impart to us, and we will take that on board. If you are in fact a chef who makes terrible food, then I believe you. Partly or otherwise. But yes, we also had another guest in the form of Aaron, but his part is done because Jean Armstrong has departed the witness stand for now, and probably forever. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. He can't cook, neither can John Armstrong. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
But we've come so far.
You say he impersonated Glen Elk. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You got that?
All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Looks like I won't be needing a refill.
If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook.
This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre. Hold it! Pal! Your Honor, sir! Wait! Detective?
Detective Gumshoe!
Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final, decisive piece of evidence. What?
January 8, 2:48 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1.
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab.
The results?
About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle.
Oh, so? Do you know who the prints belong to now?
Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it.
You bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. They're Furio Tigre's paw prints, all right.
That's great! We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick.
I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now.
Huh? What? Why not?
What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now.
I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This was our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe? Maggie! You've been working on something for me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now.
Detective Gumshoe, wait!
He's gone.
Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick?
I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Small bottle put into pocket. January 8th, 3:04 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 4.
We'll find a way. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
I granted you a recess so that you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered.
Yes.
Don't keep us all in suspense, Tripe. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court. Can't we?
Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste.
How much more of my time are yous gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before, but yous lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final, decisive piece of evidence to the court.
mean, it's gotta be the bottle, right? This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's... Your Honor, naturally the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigray.
What?
But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what the bottle contains. Except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My prints are on that fancy-looking bottle? Is that what he's saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway?
Oh, this is a dirty trick. A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Jeez! Phoenix! how very Damon Gant of you. Mr. Tigray, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... This bottle contains... potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigray, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain this?
You'd make a good clown, you know that?
Nah, you'd make a good clown.
I have experience in clowning.
Yeah. What?
You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger?
A bluff?
I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide on it. In it.
No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in.
Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
Got him. At last, the tiger has fucked it up.
What? Why is everyone going quiet? I said that bottle.
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him go, though. I didn't realize I knew your name. Okay, tell that guy where to go.
Funnily enough, my script says tell him Mr. Prosecutor, so yeah, I guess they fixed that. You still haven't
Tell him,
figured
Mr.
it out.
Prosecutor.
Don't you realize what you just said?
What I said? What did I just say?
You were summoned to the court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
You don't know who's you messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars of the black market. Why am I saying this? You think I'm gonna let some chumped up suit get the better of me?
Yeah, he's boasting by confessing to all of his crimes. Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony, but that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all.
I'm a big fat phony.
And Snip's funeral will be broadcast live on my stream next week at... No. What's going on?
It looks like a blackout.
Well done. Trite. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenelg, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal. Ha. The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. That is all. The court is adjourned. January 8, 4:10 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him.
Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger.
Look, Nick. In the doorway.
Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading home. See you tomorrow, pal. But wait. Or see you around, I think you said. Yeah.
Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony, then?
Huh? Oh, well, I was, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective.
He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles.
Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him.
Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick?
Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie. You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this.
I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. It's been in my pocket for a day and a half, but it's still a lunchbox. Don't eat it, you'll die, but it exists. Take that!
Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom.
That's...
A present from Detective Gumshoe. Maybe the Tunnel of Love.
He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenies, you know.
That is a sound effect.
Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know.
Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Even my chat thought so.
Is it okay if I eat this now?
Your funeral.
Jesus Christ. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good.
So the case of phony versus something comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. One in which she gets food poisoning.
Certainly not teasing anything in the future.
Episode 3, Recipe for Turnabout, The End. And a brand new episode has been added, and look at that. Turnabout Beginnings. Who is this? In a slightly different outfit from normal. Well, well. You would love a modern retelling of Phoenix Wright where he live streams his trials to the chat and has sponsorship callouts during intermission. Everyone in chat who loves some justice, get your gamer fuel with discount code Phoenix Always Right. That's terrible, Aaron. I hope you feel shame.
Yeah, clearly it should be Phoenix Always Right with a W.
Yeah. I am going to take a break here, but we will get started on Turnabout Beginnings because we still have an hour and a half left. Not an hour and a half, 2 hours and a half left. So we've got plenty of time to get started on case 4, where we will get to see an old friend. Kinda. Thank you again to Aaron and Snip for joining me in case 3. I appreciate the continued expansion of this weird tradition where I have people join me for the case in the middle, and that's it. Snip, how was the Furio voice? Did that hurt to do?
It's a little rough, but nothing that really permanently hurts me.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Vocal
Just with all the
warm-ups are
screaming and
important,
everything, it's yeah. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I've been drinking some warm water constantly here, so
Sensible. All right. I will catch the two of you in the future, if not in my very chat. But I'll get out of the voice chat now. Goodbye. And I will be back in 15-20 minutes. I'm going to have some food and have my longer break. And we will start Turnabout Beginnings in the latter chunk of the stream. So it's got to be a silent one because I can't bring the music up at the minute because I'd have to start the case and I don't want to do that. So just get ready for me to randomly talk in your ear in about 20 minutes when I'm ready to come back. Try not to get scared.
It's all a matter of hats, Minister.
Slice of cake, yeah?
Oh, thank you. I will put a hat on if you like when I get back from my break, but I am currently got a meal in front of me. So, I'm going to go back to that. But I do appreciate that, Havoc. Thank you very much for the $10 there. Okay, hello, I'm back. Took a little longer than I needed to or intended to for my break. Because as well as eat, I got the Discord invite to the server for the thingy. And so I have spent the last 20 minutes skim reading the official script, and let me tell you, nothing. Because I can't. That's it. That's everything. Were you excited for a second? What I can say, because it doesn't really reveal any information about what's in it, is that I will be busy on a weekly basis, and not super busy. It shouldn't affect my streams unless it's a really big job that week. Until the week between the 11th and 17th of September, which is week 9 of production. Though that's not counting 2 break weeks, so it's 11 weeks from now. And then there's 3 weeks after that, which I think the only people singing are Phoenix and maybe the ensemble. And then I presume the whole thing wraps up as far as cast is concerned in early October. But I think there's still going to be another month after that before publication of stuff, because obviously there's... laying down vocals is not the entirety of the process. Also, mods, get on. You have a job. So that's exciting. That's a long list of stuff to do. Knowing me, I'll probably do even more than that, because I'll be doing a bunch of random BS that strikes me as funny for blooper content. Alright. I don't have any sound, but it's not muted, it's just not playing any sound. So, we are beginning episode 4. The girl. Let her go. Shut up. Come closer, and I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. I don't remember this enough to do voices here, but someone just got shot off a bridge. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. This is auto-playing, but Guan, I don't know what Havoc wants, but Dr. Havoc, I guess. Name, Terry Falls. Charge, kidnapping and murder. Sentence, death penalty. Fugitive movements. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Notice anything? 6 years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. February 16, 9:24 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 4. Speedy? Is that how we say your name? Welcome. Watching without video badge, but I assume you could hear me. We're doing Case 4 of Phoenix Wright 3, or Ace Attorney 3. But what do you mean by auto bans, Havoc? I mean, Guan is here and Guan has a sword, so Talk to Guan if you need to talk to Guan about something. But, do you want me to wear a hat? Because I have a bunch of hats and you gave me money while I was away. I wear a hat for an hour if someone gives me a... I'm the first English-speaking person to not pronounce it Spidey, like Spider-Man. Well, I mean, I clicked on your name and I saw a picture of Speedy Gonzalez, so... It seemed logical enough. if other people don't go to that step, then, well, hey, it's on them. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4, and we are back in the shoes of Mia in the second flashback case of the game.
I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm going to die. I never should have accepted this case. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia.
Oh, Sam, you're here. Hello.
I didn't do nothing. I swear, I didn't kill nobody.
Terry Falls. My first client.
We have an attorney's badge, proof of my profession. It's brand new, sparkles in the light. We have Valerie's autopsy report, stabbed with a knife in the back. Died from blood loss between 4 and 5 p.m. 25, this guy. My client, sentenced to death 5 years ago, escaped from custody 2 days ago, and the victim, Valerie Hawthorne, 23. Police officer and the victim, the key witness in the case, 5 years ago.
Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere.
But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago.
Sorry. I told a little lie.
Oh boy.
But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody.
Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? I'm really, really sorry.
They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you! That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then, about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman?
Got some jaw? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then. Curious enough so far.
So that much is true. He did meet with the victim.
But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive! It's true.
I can trust him, right? I mean, I should.
Ha! You're not gonna figure out the truth by just staring at the guy.
Why are you here?
I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with.
Where is Mr. Grossberg?
Ha! That old man is probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando.
I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me?
No. You got it all wrong. Today you're the finest.
If you're wondering, I'm basically doing a Jecht impression for this guy.
After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine, an escaped death row convict for a first client.
Yeah, thanks. I sure wish I could get out of it, though.
Ha! Relax, I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well.
Really?
However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career.
Genius?
Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time.
A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him. But not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple, childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth.
February 16, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4.
Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey.
While this is a flashback, Speedy, and Guanbush is pointing out a piece of information established in a game we've already played that suggests Mia will lose. It's a spoiler if you've got if you yourself are further behind, but this is Miles Edgeworth, the prosecutor from the first game, and when we first meet him, he is advertised as having never lost a case in his career. So if this is a flashback. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
So you're the new prosecutor everyone is talking about, eh? You say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age.
At 20, Your Honor.
I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh?
Come on, Mia, you can't lose. Not to someone younger than you.
And here we have him, Diego Armando, 27. A hotshot lawyer, my senior and rival at the office, a bit smug. And age 20, Miles Edgeworth, dubbed a genius as soon as he started, but today is his court debut.
Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, is that correct?
Precisely.
But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered.
So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death.
You got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old.
A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted.
Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony.
Did you notice anything about this sprite? Well, it's not really a sprite, is it? But this particular animation stance. The younger Miles here does not move quite the same way as the Miles we know. He moves like someone else.
A witness's testimony.
The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered.
So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away.
That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be...
Exactly. The victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne.
Ah, I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago, with only one thing on his mind: to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. The truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty.
But wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor.
Watch yourself, Miss Fay. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice.
Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders.
Okay, Boomer.
Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness.
I called the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case.
Also the only detective in the city.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Gumshoe. Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago.
I don't believe anyone asked you about that.
Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes?
But what is it?
You're really gorgeous.
Excuse me?
No, seriously. My heart, it's aching for you.
Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache.
Okay. I got it. Now, detective, tell us about this incident. Yes, sir. Right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran of the police force.
Wait, how old is Gumshoe here? 26. I was trying to unrough his voice a little, but it's not that huge a gap, and I'm not doing Edgeworth any different. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir. I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. 1 second as well. Eagle River. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is the Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. This is the current crime, not the previous one, which also involved a bridge, I think? But we have the Dusky Bridge map. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Wow. Your Honor, if you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I am sure you'll be convinced. The two of them did most certainly meet on that bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir.
Here we go, Mia. Hang on.
Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. Summary of the incident. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination coming right up.
Hey! Settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee.
I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here.
The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, all right. Especially for a beginner.
I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness. Everyone's a beginner in here.
Ha! You got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you got. Kitten.
It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching.
Yeah, it's a good thing this is a different judge, huh? On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet.
This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right?
Sorry, but I'm afraid I do.
What?
The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls.
What? The defendant? The defendant called her?
Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls.
A note?
Yep, a top-secret memo that she left in her desk.
Confidential police materials written by the victim.
According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant Terry Falls.
Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me?
Ha! Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now.
Falls, 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia.
Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. February 14, 1:21 p.m. Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer.
It's that detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person.
Hey now, don't make that face at me! I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to.
Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky.
Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls.
A bridge up in the mountains. But why meet there?
Because it's a very important place to the defendant, that's why. What do you mean by that?
If you remember, 5 years ago the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge.
The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Falls. Ha! Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir.
Was the body of the victim discovered right away?
Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great. We even got to say, "Don't move, we got you surrounded."
Wait a second, isn't there something weird about that?
The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone...
Oh, Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right?
Ha! If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed. She never mentioned the phone... Jesus. She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but... she left a note on her desk about it. If only I had noticed it earlier. Maybe she'd still be alive.
I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone.
The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway.
Mr. Falls had a car then?
Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves.
This guy's sure how he feels about anything?
This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk.
Oh yeah, that's a body. It's definitely a body.
Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa! That doesn't look too comfortable.
Photo of the trunk of Falls' car.
The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct?
Yeah. Huh. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back.
We're talking about a woman here.
You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? Anyway.
Stabbed with a knife in the back, died from blood loss. Does that not seem like a really clean car to you?
What did the defendant have to say about this photo?
What he always says, ma'am. I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. That's all he says. Nothing? I wouldn't say he did nothing. At the very least, we know he stole a car. It's just what he always says, Your Honor. And then he always says,
Sorry. I told a little lie.
or something like that. Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested.
Precisely.
Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain.
That certainly is some impressive detective work. Police work.
Well, no, actually, it was way too close for comfort. We set up that checkpoint just after 5 p.m. We figured that Mr. Falls might just try to run.
What do you mean it was too close for comfort?
The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30 p.m. And it takes approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint.
That was kind of close. Any later and Mr. Falls could have slipped right by.
Listen up, kitten. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony.
A trap?
Walk into it carelessly, and it'll leave more than just a flesh wound. Fun, huh?
No, it's not!
Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you'd better get some more information. And if you're gonna get caught in a trap, it's best to get caught early. You can always look for contradictions afterwards.
The ever-famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those.
Well,
This one's obvious. I don't see anything strange.
to me it's the blood, but let's look at everything. Car is there. The hole in the bridge is on the other side. Falls, 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Is she wearing a white scarf? No, she's wearing no scarf. Is it the lack of blood or the lack of scarf? What do you reckon? The lack of blood might just be because she was stabbed and then stuffed in the trunk after she died. So where's the scarf?
Witness!
What is it? Do you have something to say, Ms. Fay? Anytime now.
I'm sorry. I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that.
You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Ms. Fay, I'm not sure I like this. Say there, little kitten, want a piece of my coffee candy?
Candy?
Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee.
Come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective!
Yes, ma'am?
This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim.
The note?
It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. Thus this special request.
I
have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where's the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo.
Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am.
And you stopped there? You should have looked for it.
Ah! The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this?
I see the defense is a little lacking.
Huh?
The scarf you are desperately searching for, is it this one, perchance?
Where'd you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know.
Huh. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic.
It's not exactly quiet, as the caller requested. But as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for.
It looks like it spent some time in the mud.
Not surprising, it was drizzling on the mountain that day.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, he was intentionally hiding the scarf the whole time.
The court will accept the scarf into evidence.
Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with this testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Miss Fay?
Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck.
Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Ms. Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there.
That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it.
Oh, everything is moving at his whim.
Don't forget, kitten, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius.
A genius, huh?
Events on Dusky Bridge.
Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. It's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up.
It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below.
Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway?
Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party.
Aha! A potential witness. So, why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify.
The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
So, as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge.
Uh-huh. The truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty.
Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet.
What do you mean,
Events on Dusky Bridge.
Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place.
Who is this eyewitness?
She's a college student.
A female college student?
That's right, meaning she's female and a college student, ma'am. She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I came to testify for her.
Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her.
For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That is all.
But what is that supposed to mean?
The prosecution has other, more decisive evidence. Our case doesn't rest on the vague testimony of a female college student.
A female college student, eh? It means she's female and a college student, sir.
If you absolutely must hear her testimony, you'll have to give us a good reason why.
Please tell us about the more decisive evidence in question. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir.
The victim is wearing a scarf in that photo, all right. So, about the witness who took this photo. What was this person doing all the way in the mountains?
She was taking photos of wild flowers, apparently.
There are many unusual types of flora on that mountain, Miss Fay. People in the area say it's because of the spirits that live there.
Spirits? Now that you mention it, this photo, this cloudy fog-like thing, is it a ghost? I don't believe it. No, Your Honor, no, I don't think it's a ghost. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on.
Drizzling, huh?
That's right. There was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary.
Somehow I hear a voice with a southern accent, wondering why a photographer wouldn't want to testify.
But not as dreary as the mood that's in this courtroom right now. Looks like a cold front just moved in.
In any case, the point is that the area was quite damp. There was even some fog.
I even slipped and fell while I was on the bridge. It was really something. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back.
Is that part of the victim's testimony as well?
Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach. And I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal.
Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Or does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? With his mind-boggling tales and the way he said brutal, I wonder if he's Canadian.
Save your nasty look for the right person.
Huh?
Take a look. Poor baby. Court record seems to have wet itself.
Hey, watch where you spill your coffee! The court record, huh?
That must have been when the scarf fell off.
So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh?
That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. But from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, ma'am.
The area was wet from rain. The bridge was probably wet too. Which would explain why the scarf was all covered in mud, but there's something about this testimony that's still bothering me.
Talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo.
So what do I do?
You really still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean?
Of course I do.
Ha! So the little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer's obvious. If what you believe is the truth, then that means that somewhere, hidden in that testimony, is a contradiction. One huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance.
Shows the victim wearing the scarf, was drizzling that day, shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Does that work? How does he get behind her? She'd have to turn her back on him. Why would you turn your back on this man? Shit. That was not correct.
This evidence establishes that the defendant is lying, right?
Don't ask me to confirm your facts.
Sorry, this is my first time handling a case.
Well, let's make it a memorable occasion, with a penalty.
And here I thought he'd go easy on me because I'm new.
Shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Stabbed in the back, died from blood loss. Wear a scarf, talk to Dahlia. If the place is very slippery, it would be difficult to lunge and kill someone without much struggle from in front of them. Use autopsy when the picture is being shown. Well, I mean, he says it was the back. It was drizzling that day. Shows the Vic wearing the scarf. If she got shoved down... Maybe it's this photo. If she got shoved down, wouldn't her coat be all messy and shit? Like, her front doesn't look like it's been in the dirt, or on, like, a wet bridge, I guess. Am I gonna get hit again? No! Music cut.
So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct?
Yeah, and fog, too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere.
Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere.
But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk.
Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right.
Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo of the trunk that doesn't fit with the conditions of the day? Her.
Naturally, the answer is right here.
The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it.
That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions of the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky Bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud.
That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled.
I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet, but not muddy.
Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken.
Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh?
Ha! A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this.
Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here is the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy.
The scarf. Because the scarf's covered in mud.
The evidence is the scarf. It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud.
Ugh. No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo.
Hey, same to you, buddy.
Except himbo. Ms. Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me.
I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? All right. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here.
You're doing pretty well for a little kitten.
But, Mr. Armando.
No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence is one of those three. What you said just now, I'm not sure I like that.
That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over there that said it.
This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into the court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is.
Yes. The false evidence in this case is the...
Well, ain't the photo, that's real. Ain't the body in the trunk, that's real. It's gotta be the invisible witness.
It is a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious.
We'll keep going until the end of this chapter, but we won't go any further than that, I think. Depends on how long this next witness takes.
During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah, that's what the witness told us.
That testimony is filled with holes.
Sure is. Inescapably so, I dare say.
After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all.
That's true. Ha! It's not just true, it's the truth. If there was truly a decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy Wonder over there would have called him in the first place.
Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all.
You should brace yourself for the brutal truth.
Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time.
Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time.
What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth?
I am thinking of maybe leaving it here. Like, I don't normally leave in the middle of a trial section. It's just that my throat is a little done from the 5 hours. And we are at sort of a... Like, we are at a moving spot, and also I'd kind of like to go look at this material that was given to me. If I didn't have that, I'd keep going. But I kind of want to spend the rest of my night reading this shit. But I did want to get to Edgeworth. I did want to do some of the Edgeworth stuff, because it seemed thematically appropriate to encounter him today. But I think this works as a ad hoc break, because we finished with Gumshoe and now we've got the eyewitness. And it's a fairly simple case that we should remember everything when we come back next week, right? At least I think so. Yeah, it's interesting that you would knock someone down and stab them and not just toss them off the bridge, but then if you toss them off the bridge, what do you do with the body? So I think his intention was to take the body home with him. Well, presuming he did it. But considering the name of the victim and also the name in the note, I have thoughts as to where this case is going to go, and do your best to remember the first case from this game as much as you can. Try and fill the gaps here. We also have our mysterious Diego Armando, who we know who he grows up to be. But yes, that is a pretty good run. For many reasons, I'm going to call it an hour ahead this time. Yes, aka Ichiban Kasuga, if you want to make that reference. Phew. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. We're gonna do some finally get started on these quests from the last patch. That's quite a username there, but thank you for the follow. Sounds like I came in at the end. Vijay Hay. I stream Ace Attorney on Saturdays. I stream Final Fantasy XIV on other days. So if you're just looking for Ace Attorney, come back next Saturday. If you don't care what, come back whenever. But yeah, I'm just... normally I'd go another hour, but I have reasons to want to stop at the minute. So I'm gonna. Yeah, tomorrow we'll be getting started finally on the story patch stuff, the Tataru bonus quest, or the Omega bonus quest, or the Hildebrand new line. I don't know what the order I'm going to do them in. Probably least interesting to most, so I'll probably get Tataru out of the way first. But we'll decide tomorrow. Catch you next time. Fare thee well.